All right, welcome back to Chicago. We're all back in the booth. We're charged up on pizza, cigars, and Nick, what did you do?
I'm charged up on spunk.
Spunk. Okay. Spunk.
No thanks on the spunk.
Remind us for a story after.
That's true.
After
We do
after
have a
this.
pretty good story for that. That's not suitable for the air.
Anyways, we are joining the Pro AA Cricket Luck.
So pro and pro AA.
So yeah, mixed teams. We've got we wanted to get one of the international players on, so we got Martin Marti, D. Larson, Wismith, and Carrie Thaxton. They are playing in the bottom half after the bracket was brought together. Dustin Larson we saw on the feed earlier today.
Yeah, he and partner Catfish winning the Pro A doubles.
So, some other top shots here in the winners bracket. We've got Matt Campbell and Randy Fern, which is one that sticks out. They are playing against David Cameron and Bob McCoy, which also sticks out.
So trash teams all around. Got it.
They're Cameron and McCoy currently up 1-0 in that one. Moreno and Byrne taking on Sturbans and Lim. No legs completed there. Gates and Winther against Barlow and Kevin Luke, 1-0 to the Canadian Luke team in that one. So that rounds out the top four here. Or I'm sorry, top 8 in the winners bracket. We will follow this all the way through. This is what we got. So we'll try to bring you both of those semifinals.
If you're looking for mixed doubles action, we are not going to be streaming that. But the brackets, again, are posted. So feel free to go to the BullShooter app, Tournaments, Tournament King, if you're wanting to follow along with that. That bracket just a little bit bigger and probably going to get done quite a bit later. So
We need our beauty rest.
I need a lot of it. Like, I don't get a lot of rest, but I don't know that a lot of it's going to do me a lot of good.
And our producer has left us to bring you treats. He has been doing some interviews. So he's chopping up some video so that we can run those for you throughout the rest of the weekend. I got to thinking about this. He's like our Jay Barlow. He's our button pusher.
He chips in every now and again,
Yeah.
but for the most part, he's just hitting buttons.
I mean, important part of the team,
Oh, absolutely.
but the button pusher.
Yeah. Yeah, couldn't be done without him, hardly.
Hardly.
I mean, we were doing it before we had him.
Yeah, fair.
It's much improved.
I said I was only going to brag him up once, so I
right.
already said we greatly appreciate him.
We didn't say we greatly appreciate him.
No, we didn't. That's the pizza talking. But now we're just taking advantage because he doesn't have a microphone right now.
Yes.
So he can't defend himself. $13-inch board, so
Advantage Martin, right?
yeah, you got to think that's what they're playing league and everything on, right?
Yeah. This is commonly referred to as the Euro board. A lot of the European countries use this as their standard soft tip board. Like, I've seen some really classic videos of, like, Mincer Soljevic and Boris Kirchmar playing on this thing.
Oh, I don't think I've seen any of those. Cameron and McCoy 2-0 up now on Matt Campbell and Randy Fern. Moreno and Byrne 1-0 up on Sturbans and Lim now. I'm told they called Robert the Whiz Kid.
Yeah, last name Wismith. So just naturally became the nickname, I guess. Makes sense. You also have a nickname from your last name.
I do. That's what they used to call me in high school.
Dustin closing those 15s. Taking a lead into the bull. I'll be honest, looks like 12 to me. I think WizKid getting upset with the bounce outs, not registering what he wants him to, but I think that was pretty accurate.
Yeah, you mentioned Marty just played in the Super Darts. No? A large international tournament.
There you go.
Clearly a huge draw for this tournament as well. We wanted to get a preview of do we even know for sure that he's playing on the Spanish team tomorrow? I mean, I have to imagine.
No, I mean, I just assume with a group of Spaniards that they're putting together a team to compete. And if he isn't representative, I'd be surprised. So one bull needed for Martine now.
He gets two. Five mark open. Trying to hold throw here. Even up the match. Gates, Winter, and Barlow and Luke tied up at one apiece. And Cameron and Bob McCoy blank Matt Campbell and Randy Fern.
Wow.
Looking over on the loser side. Campbell and Fern earn a match up with Milk and Benny Dersch. Yeah, I think we're in one of those other cases where I think if you read off all the team names and said that any one of them was in the final or won, like, yeah, okay, that tracks.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. We're down to the top 16 of what was only pros and Pro AA, so this would ultimately be considered the best of the best in this event.
Slapping them.
We oftentimes talk about 4.0 is the kind of baseline for the 13-inch board. All players currently at or above that. Switch back to the 20. Yeah, only needed 2 singles there. Got a little aggressive on the triple. We also talk about a lot on this board. You got to stay straight. The missed darts at the triple have to at least be singles on the big number.
Yeah, this board much more about finding those singles than it is necessarily not missing the triples. It's an easy trap to get into, too. You may recognize the last name for Carrie Thaxton here. His wife, unfortunately, getting double dipped in the final of the women's.
Taking a look. Steal that 20 or getting an angle for the triple 18?
Yeah, it looked like it was an angle for the 18, but may have rethought it and may take a shot here.
No, went down. Interesting. Wouldn't mind some aggression there. Try to get rid of that 20.
Yeah, already got a leg under your belt. Now, do you follow the slash here?
It's tough because I really want to get that 20 out of there, so probably not. This is what I want, is one dart at that 20. And he didn't even take a dart at the 20 either. Yeah, for me, that shot was, I'm going to take 2 at the 18. No matter what, I'm taking my third at the 20. Oh, but here comes Carrie. Trying to carry. Putting in a couple of triples. Dustin finds a perfect first start, but can't follow with anything.
Big last there, picking up another 60. One of the reasons why you would have wanted to kind of dig that 20 out. How about this? 9 mark, reeling them back.
Yeah, Marti pulling into the lead by 43. Carrie off the heels of a 2 triple turn. 5 mark will do here. That's exactly what he hits.
You see him there, just okay. Got the job done. Closed the 16s. Needs at least 5 here to take the point lead. He's not gonna find it. Carrie really coming alive here at the back end of the second leg.
Whiz Kid needs 1 bull to tie us up at 1 leg apiece. Martina will lead us out. Leg number 3.
Four marks, so slight opening to start. The Whiz Kid can find some 19s. Good last there. Next time he throws, I want you to tell me who you think holds the dart like that.
I mean, I can remember how he grips it. I don't remember anybody.
Is it an Aaron Russell-esque?
I didn't get that out of it.
No?
No.
Look at Carrie.
Really heating up.
Yeah. This might be 2-1 in double quick time. Carrie getting some dabs from the fans. It's putting a lot of pressure on these opponents. Marti.
He keeps this up. The stories they will tell about Carrie. That guy didn't miss.
On to the Bulls. I like it.
Dusty coming alive with a 7.
Yeah, nice fight back. I mean, a lot of work to do. But the Whiz Kid's setting up the finish here for Carrie. Let that hot hand stay hot. Trying to place it. The damage done. Never good at stopping like that. Feel something shake. Chuck it. Such a brutal sound.
Wait till we play at 0-1 on the double and double out 13-inch board.
Gank.
Start the game. Everybody, early morning dart, just like all of the first round of those matches getting called in the same general area.
81-point lead.
Yeah, Dustin's done a good job of fighting back here. Back-to-back good shots. We've seen Martine hit a 9. Can he hit a 7 here?
Yeah, played a little too defensively after the 9 mark from Carrie, and a couple of good shots from Dustin, bringing him back into it, but not a lot of damage there. So a chance to reel back the points. And with 3 numbers open, as soon as they do that, should be onto the bullseyes. Dustin needs forward arts to finish, so safe play there from the Wiz. Get you 2 marks here. Power finish. So, not as quick as we thought, but 2-1 lead nonetheless.
Yeah, break a throw that isn't a break a throw there for Carrie and Wiz.
Nick Georgeson and Jermaine Kirkendall getting through their losers bracket match. Scotty Miller and Johnny Lackey getting through theirs.
So following this match, we will have our first winners bracket semifinal. Dave Cameron and Bob McCoy awaiting the winner of Sturban's Lim and Moreno Burn. And that match is in the decider currently.
Frustration there from Marty.
Yeah, Marty just not stroking the way we're used to seeing him play. less that big 9 mark he had in the one leg, it's really been subpar. Just enough to close it.
Yeah, breaking the one rule here, not missing the big number.
20?
Yeah, I think 20 was the shot.
Yeah, I think you'd have forced Carrie down to the 17s, which would have meant he needs 2 triples on this turn to take away your 18. Instead now, can take away your 18 with the lead or potentially load up the 20, which is what I'd be more fearful of.
Not quite sure what he said, but
I can't read Spanish lips.
but yeah, it was an aw shucks of some sort. Treble 20. Only a single. Dusty doing his best to fight back here.
Yeah, trying to keep the team in it. Just needs Martin to step it up a bit here.
And it's tough to think that maybe Dustin should throw that 20. I mean, I know we kind of alluded that one time, but he's really the only one finding troubles on his team. Oh, Carrie almost going around the board again. Gates, Winther, and Barlow and Luke tied up at 2 apiece. So we got some battles going on here in the winner's bracket.
A lot better from Marty. 5 on the 16s, closing score 32, but still an 83-point deficit. Robert should just stay straight, keep progressing the game towards the finish line. It's lucky with a miss on the third there, falling out into the 15. Smart shot there from Dusty.
Yeah, like the timing. I mean, he got hurt by not doing it on when he was shooting 18s earlier. Finally takes it, but again, he's the only one hitting triples. It's tough to sacrifice that single.
You don't really want Carrie at the board right now, as he is the hot hand, but at the same time, you kind of have to put that pressure on him.
He's got to take a shot. Inside on the 15, so straightforward shot for Robert.
There is a potential 3-dart finish. Very tough on this board to find 2 double bulls and then also double 15. I'll tell you what, though, Dusty really piling the pressure onto these guys. Not willing to roll over.
Yeah, and I mean, it's crazy to think if this was a different order with Carrie, the hot hand, coming behind Dustin, the hot hand. This is no give me, especially high in the bull like
Yeah,
that.
he does not like that placement. Makes it real tough.
And that's exactly why I grabbed that dart and threw it high.
Gotta find the double. Gonna have to step way to his right. He is a lefty. Stand a little more square to the board. Pull his shoulders around. And drill it.
Wow.
What a dart.
Yeah, incredible. Awesome to see Carrie Thaxton pulling that one out. Hey, they're not out. Dusty, I mean, if he keeps that up and Marty comes around, we're in for a treat. They're going to come through that loser's bracket. Don't go anywhere. We are going to have the winner of Sturbans and Lim, Moreno and Byrne, taking on Cameron and McCoy as soon as it is available. So don't go anywhere. More darts from Chicago coming up. All right, back in Chicago, our semifinal brought to you live. Back with DJ and Nick. Well, Nick's going to leave us again to go cut up more videos. I think he said bad words. He's got to cut them out. Very risque interviews.
Risque. It's so risque.
But we got a good one here. We got Sturbans and Lim taking on Cameron and McCoy. And just looking around, Elliot Milk and Benny Dersch take out Matt Campbell and Randy Fern. So after making it to the top 8, or top 4 of the winners bracket, they go 2 and out.
Bang bang.
Moreno and Byrne, 1 up on Encinas and Cafflish, who we saw earlier take the pro doubles. Our other semifinal is running as well. Carrie Thaxton, who we just saw with the Whiz Kid, Robert Wismith, taking on Leonard Gates and Kay Wither. I don't know that person. Curtis Witherby. Witherby?
I don't know.
Witherby. Our supervisor just walked in.
Out of uniform, so apparently the boss doesn't work as late as the worker bees.
Oh, my gosh.
That's good to know.
Be talking to our union rep when we get down here.
Let me guess, you're going to the disco without us. Yeah? Yeah, okay. For those that don't know, there's a disco starting at 10 o'clock. So here in 20 minutes that our boss will be attending.
Which is kind of messed up because we're also usually judges for some of the dancing contests that go on.
It's true.
At the after parties.
Usually just turns into a bunch of male shirtless dudes or shirtless dudes dancing.
Saw a couple people note it's good to see Chris Lim back in action.
Also, Chuck pointing out that I should not let anyone steal my water. Yeah, on our short intermission, bottle of water sitting on the bench. Somebody decided to walk by and take it for themselves. I had to politely let them know not to steal my water.
Local Chicagoan.
Yeah.
Scotty Miller and Johnny Lackey going down to Dusty Larson and Martin Marti. 2-1. They await the winner of Barlow and Luke. Kirkendall and cutoff name. Oh, Nick Georgeson. NG. I should know that.
NGL, you should. So Bob with a pretty sizable lead here on the score. Just needs to plug away. Keep pushing this game towards the finish line. It is still 3 out of 5.
Oh, got underneath it. Good dart.
Bob only needs 4 marks here. Triple 15 and a single bowl to take leg number 1. There it is. So leg 1 does go the way of Bob and Dave.
Chris stepping up here, going to get us started. Leg number 2. Rich struggling here. Not able to find any marks. A little off the pace in the last leg as well. A little bit better team play out of Dave and Bob.
Chris trying to find an angle into the triple 20 again. Surprised it's not going down to the 19s or even over to the 18.
Yeah, it feels like those chances are a little bit better taken, especially on the 13-inch board than elsewhere.
Dave with a solid 5 mark.
Much better there from Rich. Big triple. Regains the point lead. Bob and Cameron, though, still have that big number.
Chris again looking for an angle. He's going to fly it out into the 1 this time. So Dave free and clear here.
Tough chat this evening.
Solid there from Cameron.
Yeah, a lot left to do here for Sturbans. Looking like it's going to be 2-0. Speaking of 2-0, Leonard Gates and Witherby over Wismith and Carrie Thaxton 2-0 as it stands.
So Bob for 3/16 to take a 2-0 lead here. Well, he played it safe just going for the fats for the first two, but only come away with one.
Producer, I'm getting some extra bleeps and badeeps and badoops.
Sorry, that's just DJ's Clash of Clans going off.
I don't play Clash of Clans. What that is.
I don't know what that is. Excalibur, single 16. Cuts it down, 2-0. Chris Lim find an opening to spur the team on. I think it's going to have to take both of them raising it about a point per turn to keep up with the firepower. Dave and Bob both just looking a little too relaxed. There it is. Back-to-back good turns to open this third leg. Must win, or they will be headed to the loser's bracket.
Big shot there from Bob. So everybody with a 5 except for Rich with that 7. Huge open here to this leg on the 13-inch board.
Great last there from Chris. What's everybody think? We run the king seat right after this and then circle back to the loser's side? Let them get
I think maybe you play one losers, and then you come back to the king seat to give them a quick break.
Maybe we'll throw this one.
Don't be holding them.
Well, that's the only one that's possibly going to be done. I got faith. They ain't playing 2 or 3 legs before they play one.
Yeah, but will this one take another 2 legs plus this one?
Es posible? Did you know what I said, Nick? Did you?
No mas.
Do you know what that says?
It says, how good are they?
Slight translation issue with that one.
Yeah, just FYI, malo typically means bad.
I also looked at you guys Google Translate.
It's kind of the tail end of a long day here for these players.
And us.
So yeah, the those stars in their eyes when they first walk into the the pro room.
It's a luck.
Yep.
Like, I mean, naturally these players all want to win, and obviously they've gotten good draws. But at the end of the day, the luck is not the event you take serious. Good shot there from Chris.
Yeah, keeping the pressure on. I mean, this is kind of a dangerous game to play, especially with Dave. He has excelled throughout the weekend thus far. Rich find another one. Big last. 3 singles. That's how you got to think about that one. Got 3 singles.
But it is a door opener for Bob McCoy, all things considered. 2 singles, he'll get a shot. Or 1 trip.
I'm going to think about it. I say 16s, up 2 legs. He goes back to the 15. Chris averaging 4 1/4. Oh. Not only does he miss, but he misses in a bad spot. Right above that thin little treble. Oh, my. Doesn't find a mark. So Dave now 2 16s. Can add some bowls if he'd like. Kind of figured he was going to throw the bowl.
Yeah, that tracks for him there. And I think also with the 13-inch, keep in mind that it's so much harder to hit more than just a standard hat trick. You can maybe get 4. You start running out of real estate at that point, though, so you can play a little bit more aggressive on the bowl there, especially up 2 legs.
Bob's going to need 2 bowls to wrap this match up, 3 straight.
There it is.
So we will be bringing you a loser's bracket match. Who we got, Dad?
We got Elliot Milk and Benny Dersch taking on Moreno and Byrne.
All right, so we will have that match coming up straight away. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for more darts.
I am Nick Desher, joined by my friend Ram Guevara Jr. here at the Chicago Finals here for the BullShooter Tour. And Ram, you had a great performance in the Top Gun singles playing against Tim Adams in the final. Can you walk us through that a little bit?
It wasn't easy as I thought it would be. but Top Gun singles, especially in the Open, dude, there's a lot of talent. Like I had some good matches, went to all 5 legs. And I was like, wow, I was like, there's a lot of talent in this, no matter where you're going to go. So.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that field, right? You see all those big names. It doesn't matter if you're looking at double A, single A, just the other singles are nothing. I mean, there is so many tough competitions. So how do you keep your head clear when you know you're going to be facing all these tough opponents?
And to be honest, I just do what I do, just play my game, stay focused. I mean, that's probably the best thing you can always do. I mean, if you worry about a name, then it's always going to be in your head, you know. If it's in your head, then your game probably goes sour or it probably go good, so you just don't know.
And when you and Tim Adams were playing that final, right? There was this point where we were like, okay, well, Ram's got it done and dusted. He's about to get the title, and he just kept fighting on those bulls. What were you thinking in that moment?
Yeah, it was rough because I didn't expect him to go 6 bulls and take the point lead. So my whole mentality was like, I'll point, but if he didn't go 6, I'm going to bullseyes for sure. And he put me in that. He put me in that situation where I gotta hit points because he kept hitting that double bull, and I was like, yeah, it was a good run, man. I was like, I didn't think he was gonna stop. He had that one shot to win it, and he missed it, and I was like, man, I'm just stay on them 19s.
Now, one of the other things I want to talk to you about, you've been playing with Mason Sasser out here, and now that is a up-and-coming youth shot for those that aren't familiar. What's it like playing with a young, impressionable talent like that?
No, I mean, he is up-and-coming. He's a real good shot, but I think today or yesterday he was a lot nervous, and it got to him, and I know he was trying so hard. I was like, dude, I said, just have a good time. Just throw your dart. That's all I said. I mean, a lot of people know who you are and know what you can do. I said, experience-wise, you're gonna come through with it. Other than that, just stay focused. I mean, don't let yourself down. The more you miss, the more you're gonna fall off.
And what was your expectations coming into Chicago here for the finals? What were you thinking? You know, you're on the plane, you're doing your Johnny Lackey sleeping impression. What were you thinking about as far as like your expectations for what to find in this final?
Man, to be honest, man, I came over here for a reason, just so I'll put myself back on the list. You know, like I know what I can do. I can pretty much win the whole thing, but that's my whole mentality. Like I know I can win. I know I can win. I know I can win. You know.
And one last controversial question here. We have a lot of great players in this room. If you had to pick one player in this room besides yourself to say they're the best player in the room today, who would you pick?
Pro list or no pro list?
You can pick any player. Who is the best player you think in the room today?
Nah, Soldier.
Oh yeah?
My boy. Yep. That boy right there, man. Me and him, we have long talks. We kicked it a lot, and he's one of my tops right there.
Yeah, and Gates has been considered the #1 in Houston, #1 in Texas, and debate at times #1 in North America. Yep. Do you ever see yourself trying to take those titles for yourself at some point, trying to make the jump?
I will do it this next year, playing a lot of more steel tip. So I'll be there pretty soon. Again, I'll get back to the steel tip game.
What do you want to say to the people? Anything else you have for anybody watching
this?
us?
I appreciate everything, sponsors, everybody that helps me out, stay focused and all this, and hey, just me.
Well, Ram, we're wishing you the best of luck. We still got plenty of days left of action here, so keep doing what you do, and thanks for taking the time to chat with us here for the Chicago Finals.
Good, man.
Is the music still on? Oh, I couldn't. Dad, you're so good at mimicking it. Oh, sounds just like Dad. All right, we got a losers bracket match. People playing for their lives here. Elliott Milk, Benny Dersch, Moreno, and Byrne. 7/8. They've made the cash.
In the money.
Winner here takes on Wismith and Thaxton. Just lost in the top 4. The next match you're going to see is David Cameron, Bob McCoy, Leonard Gates, and Witherby. So we got a little map here to follow. This one is 2 out of 3 since it is in the loser's bracket.
It's nice having Benny Dersch kind of getting back out here in the last couple months, year almost now. He's been trying to get back into the fray and get his dart game comfortable again. It's one of those guys that's just been around in the scene for quite a while, and you always look forward to seeing him. At least I do personally.
Well, yeah, it's always a discussion on, like, is the game better when all of the people that can play it at a very high level are playing it? And the answer for me is always yes. There are certain people that I don't have to talk to and know that they can throw darts, and that's good. But certainly, I mean, Benny checks all of those boxes as far as, like, just good to be around. Was always very gracious to those around him. I know he did a lot for youth in his area, so anytime you can retain somebody like that, I think it's a great thing. And I can imagine that. I mean, life happens, so depending on what all of those variables are, can determine just how much access you actually have.
And battling the hitch as well. I mean, I saw him at an event in November, and he was taking almost 30 seconds of dart still, and that's not the case right now. So it's clearly he's been working on trying to fix his mental aspect of his dart game as well. So pretty good to see.
So I honestly had no clue of the struggles. I just assumed he was just getting back into it. But yeah, I mean, second to everything Gordon said. The game is definitely better with Benny. Nino. The nickname for Moreno. Man, that follow through.
Yeah, I know.
It's rough. He goes in.
I've seen fake follow-throughs, and now I've seen that.
Yeah.
Of course, we just talked about Benny Dersch working on his throw and the mental of the dart game. Can we talk about how Jeremy Byrne is tired of being known for his mustache and has been trying to grow out the mullet in the back there a little bit? I mean, he's got some rock star hair going on now.
Is that true? He's going for the look?
I'm curious. He has to be, right? I mean, either that or he forgot to
no,
call
he
his
doesn't
barber.
have
I don't
to be.
know.
I've seen some wild dart hairs.
Yeah, I don't know Jeremy. Jeremy
I don't
looks
either.
almost identical to a buddy of mine's dad.
Yeah, like, that's a standard look in Ohio.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what we're talking about.
Jeremy, for context, is the owner of Booyah Darts. And
Okay.
that Booyah Cup,
The
everything.
Booyah Cup, yeah.
Fair
So
enough.
that is that guy. And he can play pretty good, too, apparently.
So he's known for his mustache?
Oh, yeah, we never let that one go. Every time I see him, and every time when I grew up my mustache, I was only getting compared to him. And
No way you had a caterpillar like that.
no, that's the problem. I was getting compared to saying I could never grow what he could grow, and I was like living in his shadow. It was terrible.
They were telling you to give it up.
Yes. Yes.
Living
That's why I
in
shaved it on
the
Facebook
shadow of
Live.
his mustache.
His 5 o'clock shadow.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that was good.
It's a decent standard here, early doors in game 1. Good last there from Benny.
Big step back there. Must not like the angle at all, but not really another option in this given scenario. You try to open another number, you're basically guaranteeing the 18s will get taken. Still probably going to get taken regardless by Elliot Melchior in this turn.
Yeah, not a whole lot to do there.
I'm trying desperately to find a picture.
Elliot throwing out a closed number with his third. Tripping the 17 and was already closed.
I can see it. Let's go to the bull in the last start there. I will never have a problem with someone, especially in that scenario where he's blocking himself out of the 16s, but I have no problems with preferring the bulls over the 16 or 15 at that point of the match.
On this board, absolutely not.
On this board. I will
15-inch board?
No.
Yeah, the triples are as big as the bull. You're going to lose that. But on steel tip or this board, I think it's a valid play.
Yeah.
Jeremy down 59. I think he's right to chase the X as well. Moves over to the 15. Does find the trouble. Yeah, big shot from Elliot.
Mad after he threw a closed number triple.
Looking to close out the first leg here. Winner of this will take on Wismith and Thaxton.
Following this match, we will have our king seat match.
Two bulls and a little bit of points here is all that is needed. There's the points. Not even shooting for the two bulls here. I think, he just realized he did not see the board state the way that it actually was. And now is reevaluating. Melk and Dersh both having a misread now.
Yeah, Benny's game was always pretty point-centric, but 2 darts in hand there and no threat of a 3-dart finish for Jeremy. I'm a little surprised he didn't switch to the bulls after tripping the 20.
Good finish from Elliot there.
AVK in the chat. What's going on, buddy? So Nino to lead us out in leg 2. This is 2 out of 3 in the loser side. So a must-win leg here for Nino and Byrne.
Is it like a play on El Nino? You think like the storm is coming, or does it actually just go by nephew?
I have no clue.
Is that like me and you calling each other dad?
Yeah.
It's,
Mm-hmm.
he goes by nephew.
There's just a bunch of Ninos that are buddies over there.
I can't knock it. I mean, I'd love to hear the story. Like, did they lock somebody out of their house?
That's what we did.
I do love the irony of the dads, and then my first darts nickname that I carried on for a few years was the boy, as what they called me. So the dads. And
Oh,
the boy.
now you're here with your dads.
Yeah, finally found them. They guys were just getting milk, and finally came back.
Uh-huh. Anthony Eugenia in the chat. How are you, Anthony Eugenia?
AE. Always a pleasure. Podcaster extraordinaire.
Van asking if Elliot always wears a jade. I'm pretty sure that's costume jewelry from the disco in the basement.
Yeah, I would hope so.
There was even an Elvis sighting outside.
Like V?
Like impersonator, but pretty bad one.
Oh.
So I did hear someone refer to him as Pelvis. That was pretty good.
It's really good.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, spot on. I do hope that Elliot continues to wear the chain going forward, however.
I want to see him wear more. Like each time he like wins a leg, he has to put on another chain and just see how many we can get. We're stepping way over here. I mean, this is going to get out of sorts quickly from this scenario, especially after not being able to close the 18s here. You'd have to imagine that Benny and the Jets here going to grab those 18s and kind of fly away. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
There's crickets on here too. I gotta find it. Yeah.
It's such an unsettling cricket noise, though. I'm not gonna lie.
No, that sounds like the shopping cart I grab every time I go to the supermarket.
That's a squeaky wheel.
It shows up the Big Bear or Giant Eagle. It's not rolling right.
Not going to acknowledge the comment, but shout out to our family dinner host, Mark Helton.
Family dinner.
We ate Taco Bell around the table.
Maybe. I don't know. A long time ago.
There's so much lore. The more I work with you guys, the more lore I find out from previous
You
adventures.
travel to 40 dart tournaments a year for 7 straight years. You got a lot of stories, my
I'm
man.
on good pace to catch up, all right? I'm trying my hardest.
I like the fire with Jeremy, though.
Yeah, I definitely don't remember a dinner at Mark's house. All I remember is that he has a Rottweiler. I don't mess with Rottweilers.
Nino's going to be in a lot of trouble here. He's going to need to find at least 6. Doesn't get it on the last dart, and that was a very important one at that.
Yeah, Milk going to be able to run away with this one now. Couple of triples here, and This match will pretty much be over.
As you said it.
There you go.
Convulse is the third one in there.
All Jeremy Byrne can do is comb his mustache in despair from this point.
All right, Benny Dersch, 60-point lead. Needs a hat trick. He's going to step to the left. Try to find a double bull, cash it out. Big looping shot there from Benny. Doesn't find the target.
Pretty inconsequential, though, from this position. They've really set themselves up pretty kindly.
One more bull. There it is.
Convulse was a good way to describe that. So that will do it for the day for Moreno and Byrne, but Elliott Milk and Benny Dersch will move on to play the 5th, 6th match. We, again, have the next bullpen match already set up. Next, we will bring you the king seat match in this Pro AA cricket luck of the draw. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that action right after this.
Hello and welcome. We have Olivia squared here, Olivia and Olivia joining us here. We just watched you guys play some doubles on the live stream there. First off, have you guys played together before, and what was our expectations coming into today?
You want to answer?
You go ahead.
All right. Me and Olivia played last year. We were in A's, and I don't know if it was 01 that we won first place in cricket. We won second place, or vice versa. But we're both from Ohio, so we're very familiar with each other. But, you know, our expectation this weekend, we knew we were going to be in AA. Great competition. You know, you got the Grimmels, the Merediths, the Canada kids. There's just so many good athletes. Well, I don't know if we call ourselves athletes. We walk to the board and go back. But so many good ladies that are playing this weekend.
For sure.
Certainly. And how long have you been playing? Because you just turned 18 in March, so one of the younger players in the room here, joining the likes of Mason Sasser and some of our other youth or ex-youth shots. How long have you been playing, Liv?
I'm going to say it's probably going around like 4 years.
And how's that experience been for you, right? I mean, being one of the younger people in the room, kind of getting into it and facing off against, I mean, you talk about like Liz Tynan or someone that's been around the scene since the 90s.
Yeah.
I mean, what's that experience like playing some of the veterans of the sport?
It can be challenging and very overwhelming too, because I'm playing against, you know, grown women, and I'm like the youngest one in there, pretty much.
But you know what? She holds herself. You know, she competes. She's a competitor. When she's out there, you know, everybody respects her. They don't care what age she is. They know that she's a great shot. And, you know, she's 18 years old. I'm almost 20 years older than her, but she doesn't act like that. You know, she's act like she's been playing this game for a very long time. So.
And when you guys were playing together, right, you guys were on the main stage there. Do you feel the pressure of being under the lights, being under the camera, especially with the setup here in Chicago, right? I mean, it really is all eyes on the matches.
Not really. We kind of have our own little thing that we do. You know, nobody's perfect. So, you know, if one of us misses around, we just talk to each other, communicate. Liv is probably the easiest person to play with. You know, she's, you know, spunky. She gets down to herself, but, you know I'm going to pick her up and she's going to pick me up.
Certainly. And what's our expectations looking like for the rest of the weekend here and just in Chicago in general? I mean, Liv, what were you expecting coming out here? Were you like, I'm going to win everything, or I'm trying to take it one match at a time? What was your mentality coming into this?
Definitely focus more. I need to focus more on my matches and try not to get down on myself like I have been. So, but Olivia's been pushing me, so.
I try. No, we're a good combo. You know, I have to give it to her parents. They have brought her everywhere and has made her so much better. By her playing in this environment with these top ladies, her game has grown. You know, she's sponsored by Next Gen and X1. I mean, at 16, 15 years old, you don't hear of that. She has her own darts. That's a great accomplishment that she has. And now she's just going to keep growing, and her game is just phenomenal.
And let's talk about that, right? The 5 years in the future, where do you guys want your dart games to be in 5 years?
Well, in 5 years, I don't want to say it, but I'll be a different number, not in my 30s. But yeah, well,
Definitely
you'll be in your 20s. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. Definitely, like my numbers, like my averages, definitely higher. Stronger.
Yeah.
More relaxed.
Right.
Not so like tensed up.
Right. I mean, I definitely could see her playing soft tip overseas somewhere, the USA team. You know, and I'm a big fan. You know, I'm not here in this interview to talk about me. Like, this is the upcoming, and this is what we need to make women's darts a lot better, for sure.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, that's definitely been a big focus, at least personally. I mean, obviously growing up in Florida for me, right?
Right.
Florida town ladies. I'm well aware of the women's darting, great side of things. And Liv, let me ask you this then, right? Being in a dart hall like this can be very intimidating with all these boards, all these players, and everything going on. What advice would you give to a youth player that decides to pick up, or maybe they watch you on stream and got inspired to start playing today? Like, what would you give advice-wise for them?
Don't get nervous. Just don't try so hard. Just take it one dart at a time. Don't try so hard, because then if you try too hard, then
you're not going to play your game.
Yeah, you're not going to play your game. So, yeah.
And what advice would you give to people almost in their 40s?
Well, calm down. Calm down. I'm not there yet. My birthday is not until June, so I'll be whatever. But you know what? There's no advice. You know, I like asking for advice. You know, I have a lot of dart friends that give me the best advice, and one of them is sit. If you need to sit, you need to sit, especially if you're not playing, because being on your legs is a lot. But, you know, just going out, having fun, pick a partner that you gel with, that you can, you know, just have fun in this game. I think sometimes we get a little too serious, and it's not all about the money all the time. It's about the experience, getting better, and leaving the tournament like, okay, I got better today, let's feed on that.
Right.
And anything you guys want to say to the people back home?
Well, I like to thank my sponsors, Super Darts, GMD Vending, and Daffy's local bar at my hometown, and all my friends and family. I've gotten so much support already from this weekend, so I appreciate you guys so much.
I would like to thank my sponsors also, Buckeye Billiards, Next Gen Darts, X1 Elite, and then L Style, and then all my supporters at home, watching like online, the brackets, but.
Well, the future of darts is looking bright out here, and we're excited to see your guys' careers continue to develop, and we're excited to see the rest of this event to continue to develop as it's going on. So
we appreciate it.
Olivia, Shimshak, we're so excited to be talking with you, and thank you again. Tim, Neal, and a little bit of a role reversal, by the way.
The worst nickname in darts. Thanks.
Hey,
Appreciate it. Thanks, Sean.
It is your nickname, though. So, first off, for those that might not have seen you before, they definitely might have heard of you through other means. Tell us who you are.
Yep. Tim Neal, I've been playing darts for 22 years, 23 years, give or take. And grew up in Philadelphia, played in Philadelphia, moved to Indianapolis, Indiana, and met great guys, and then ended up creating a streaming company with Sean Green, Jason Ives. We're 2 to Point Streaming. We stream every Tuesday night. We have a show called The Siege. We also do some tournaments and stuff that we do. But yeah, just got into it 3 or 4 years ago, and it's been taken off, and everyone loves it. So
yeah,
cool.
I famously known for losing 8-1 on that show. So that's my experience with 2 to Point Streaming.
You should probably play Jacob again because he's been struggling.
Yeah, that's what he told me the other day, actually. So funnily enough. Now, let me ask you, you weren't expecting to be out here initially, right? How'd you end up getting here?
So I've never been to the BullShooter finals.
Okay.
I've been in Indiana for 19 years, and being the holiday kids, that's usually a holiday family weekend, so rarely don't get a chance to go. Things fell into place. A good friend of mine who's an up-and-comer from Kokomo, Indiana, Joelyn Harris, didn't have a partner. I saw his post on Facebook, and I messaged him. I was like, hey, let me talk to the better half, the boss, and see if I can get permission to come out, and it worked out. So yeah, she gave me permission, and the rest is history. We did pretty well.
Yeah, so you did pretty well. You ended up getting a trophy here, acquiring hardware, which is one of the hardest things to do, knowing this room. What were you thinking when you were getting into that third place match there?
So, I mean, one, the open event is maybe a little bit more difficult than the pro, more teams, a lot of tremendous talent, players that in their mind, they know they belong in the pro league, and they're just playing in the open because they have the ability to do so. It was phenomenal, and my goal this weekend was get Joelyn to be comfortable being an alpha, right? Playing good, getting better, and man, he carried us 3/4 of the way, and then we worked amazingly as a team. For a team at last minute put together and never played together before, just know each other, and he's been on our stream a lot. Man, his motivation and his goals that he set for himself, I'm just glad I could be a part of it and help him out.
Absolutely. And so you came out here, you played the event, you got some hardware, and that's it? You're just going to be like, hey, I'm taking my trophy and I'm getting the heck out of Dodge?
So I'm with Beckham and Ellie, obviously. They travel with me all the time to all the tournaments. And I promised them a nice dinner, so said, take some winnings, go have a nice dinner, and then take the 4-hour trip home, and that's it. So I didn't set up with anybody. I probably could have.
I'll play with you. It's fine.
Being the experience, like my kids loved it. Like obviously they want to do the whole 5 days next year. So Janice, we're probably coming to Chicago.
Just to let you know, this is what's happening.
So, but yeah, it's been an amazing. The people are amazing. The people that run this show, it was top notch, start to finish. Since I've been here, everyone's great. They got these great side matches. Events. My kids love playing the cluck thing and the
chuck-a-luck, yeah.
I mean, that was cool. I mean, like they love that. They want to keep playing it. Ellie got this big giraffe thing, and
that's awesome.
She's loving it, and the staff is amazing. What you guys do here are great, and I can't. Thank you for having me here. I mean, I appreciate it.
We're appreciative of you coming out here just to play, grab some hardware, do the thing. So, I mean, now you've had the experience to play in the final. You had the experience to play with a newer player in the final as well. When you look around that tournament hall, a lot of times people get intimidated, when they see a big room like that. What advice would you give somebody that says, I don't know if I'm good enough or ready for Chicago yet?
At the end of the day, it's just darts. If you go with the expectation of it's a game, you're having fun. If you take that mentality, you can go far. You can have a good time. Like as long as you don't live and die on every single miss or every single make, just play the game. It's a game. At the end of the day, it's a game. Very few people are making a living doing this in our area. So treat it for what it is. It's a game. Have a good time. Hang out with friends. Meet new people. My favorite thing in darts is when I get to play in a blind draw and my partner is someone I've never played with before. That's one of my favorite things. I absolutely. I love that. Like I would prefer that other than having the best person in the room.
Fair
personally.
Enough. I like that. I like that.
Now, if it's someone I never play with and they're the best, then that's a bonus. Right?
That's a double whammy, right?
Let's go. But yeah, no, I'd say do it. I mean, it's a great event. I know being in the Memorial Day weekend, that's a little it's beneficial and it's a hindrance because you're getting that free day. If most people have off on Monday, so you get that free day. But families and all that, there's always like preset plans. So if you have the ability to do so, I would highly encourage come out and do it. And I got a feeling next year we're going to be doing the whole week. So.
I like the sound of it. And what do you want to say to your friends, fans, family, anybody else?
Hey, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Janice, thank you for letting me come. Caden, sorry you didn't make it this time. I know you had work. And then Jolyn, thanks for letting me shoot with you. Thanks for dragging this old lug around all day. So.
Well, you heard the Philly legend, and guess what? You officially got more screen time than Sean Green did this weekend because he's not here and you are. Take that, Sean. And great to talk to you as always, Tim.
Great seeing you, brother.
All right, we are back in Chicago. Brief hiatus for us as we were having a production meeting talking about all things production.
Yeah. I mean, really talking the talk and walking the walk when it comes to that.
But we are back for our fourth place match. We've got Chris Lim and Rich Sturbans taking on Elliot Milk and Benny Dersch. Since then, Sturbans and Lim won 2-0. Elliot and Dersch won 2-0. And David Cameron and Bob McCoy won 3-0. So they are our current king seat holders.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see who continues to do the run here. Of course, that Dave Cameron-led team is the one to beat. It's the one that everyone has their eyes on. I mean, him and McCoy, top-tier duo in drawing in this. It's going to take a lot for any of these teams to beat it, but with it being a pro draw the way it is, you kind of expect that there's going to be someone that wants to give a run for the money there.
Well, and we were talking about before we even went live that, I mean, if any of these teams click and kind of hit that purple patch, it's completely possible that anyone can run through this, especially 2 legs in this loser's bracket.
Couldn't agree more there, but we're excited to see how this one continues to develop here. I mean, right now, Lim and Sturban's off to the races with this first leg. We have to remember this is a loser's side matchup here, so it's just a race to 2 on this one. So, important thing to note there. The Rich Sturban's back when he used to play before he took his sabbatical from darts. They always called him the king in his area. And when he came back, he's like, I hope no one does that anymore because a 5-0 doesn't make you king anymore. And that's exactly his mentality with how much the game has grown. I think that is a kind of a powerful statement to show where the soft type game has really gone to in darts in general the last couple of years here.
Yeah, it's certainly gotten yanked higher. I know when the medalist days, if you were doing a 4-5 on a consistent basis, you were winning a lot of matches.
So what I'm hearing is I was born too late to be a pro by my standard, but if I was born 20 years earlier, I had a chance.
Yeah, no, legit. I think it even goes down even a little lower if when DJ was running blind draws as a child.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I talk about all the time, like, we had the second ranked player in the world in my area, and I wasn't old enough to play leagues, and I was beating him consistently. So this is pre-social media. I'm like, I'm at least the second best player in the world.
At least.
And just to clarify what he's talking about, the medalist rankings used to tout being the world rankings. So without context and without wider knowledge of everything that was going on, that's kind of, and that was kind of a microcosm in Columbus. I think everybody kind of bought into that on the soft tip side.
I can certainly agree with that because that was when I first was getting darts. My dad was telling me all these medalist stories, getting to it with him being from the Ohio area.
Certainly not the world ranking these days.
No, the world rankings certainly aren't unified by any stretch of the imagination across all of the different organizations. But I think everybody, if pressed, would know where the proper world rankings live.
Correct. It's whatever I post on Facebook. That's the world rankings now.
That's the world rankings.
That's it.
That is exactly what I was referring to.
So Rich is going to need 3 18s to take this leg. A leg that should not be this close. And he throws it the triple. I had a feeling it was going to happen. Wow.
Never a doubt.
Forced himself to hit a triple, and he does. 3 fat's the right play there, fellas. But he does get the job done. So Elliott to lead us out in leg 2.
Elliott with a preemptive come on. Benny piling in 80. Just trying to keep them at arm's length here, early doors. Again, if you're just joining us, we are in the loser's bracket. Loser takes 4th. So this best 2 out of 3. So must-win leg for Milk and Durst to continue their hopes. Winner here will take on Gates and Witherby. Whether that be Milk and Durst or Sturbans and them.
I am surprised with Benny there usually having that point for strategy, as you guys pointed out earlier, taking the second dart down at the 17s there instead of staying up for at least one more to not give a 1 dart trip to get the point lead. But ended up going back up and grabbing another single there. No harm, no foul.
Point, close, point is the oldest strategy in the book. And that's a lot of what he plays.
See, I always just am like, if you're already in one area, you stay there for. If you're going to do 2 and 1, stay 2 at the same spot.
I don't disagree with you, but yeah, that's a very old school strategy. I would wager to say that Benny learned that strategy from the other old school Wisconsin players like Kircher and those guys.
Yeah, probably had it done to him over and over again.
Well, and for the longest time, I mean, that was the accepted proper way of playing cricket.
You've kind of seen cricket go through a couple different transformations of the popular stratagems and now the terminology behind it as well. I mean, you let Danny Baggage on the microphone once, and now everyone's talking high ground, high ground, high ground. So, there's always these different dichotomies of the approaches to the game, and it just shows that the game is still growing and evolving as the averages increase. The shot selection changes, especially with the expectations of everybody being able to play perfect or perfect by a pro standard.
I think that's the biggest thing is triples are just hit with so much regularity nowadays that you don't want to get into these point battles because the other team's going to smash in triples as well.
Yeah, you're letting the other team live on a number
Yep.
that they can certainly hit the treble of. Honestly, you've seen the same kind of morph in 01, even on the steel tip side, where you've got 91 to 95, and the top level pros are hitting 50%. So if they're going to get 2 darts for a big treble for an outer ring double, that's the way they're going to shoot it instead of shooting for the bull. So it's really progressing across whatever kind of dart you want to throw, and whatever game you want to play.
I've actually backed that one up with math. Like, I nerded out at one point watching Peter Wright throw, I think it was 54 for double bull on a 94, and like I pulled the Wikipedia stats on triples percentage versus doubles percentage and all of that, and actually showed that it was somewhere around like 87 points per dart. That if you average above that, chances are you hit triples at a rate high enough to justify going triple rather than for the bull.
Because of your finishing stats on outer ring versus double bull.
Double bull.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, no, that
I mean,
makes sense.
it worked in my head anecdotally, let alone having it backed up with the math.
I remember it was high 80s because at the time it was like about where I was carrying. Like, well, okay, so on a good day I need to go that way. On a bad day, I need not.
Need to know where I'm sitting. Oh, misses high, so doesn't take the lead. So Benny with a decision here. If he goes at the bulls and doesn't close the game out, Rich is going to have a finish. Looks like he's looking up.
Oh, hey, teeing up there by any means. I do think the preferred shot, if I was in his shoes, would be to bull first, but only stay if you hit the double. If you hit a single, then still pivot away. No harm, no foul. Either way here, Sturbans was not able to collect.
Yeah, and if Benny wasn't willing to shoot the bull, I'd guarantee you milk. A much different situation, but I think given the same shot, he might have shot the bull. But that would have been a scary shot then. Missing the third.
Benny to tie us up at one leg apiece. Only needs one bull. Send us into a decider in this fourth place match. Ooh, bit awkward.
Pointing's even ingrained into his darts.
The good news is he scored 20 points, which pushed the point total to 51. So there is no risk of a 3-dart out by Rich. I think Benny's free and clear to just chuck the next two at the bull.
At this point, if you have to bail, you have to bail. You're right, though. There is no risk.
Well, and there's no advantage to a single 20. If a 20 actually pushed the bull one further, I'd say maybe. But he needs a triple to make an impact.
Yeah, he's beating himself up, but really that was inconsequential.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Rich walks up, throws 5 bulls or something. Now you've forced Elliott to have to find a triple to get the point lead back. But I think it was worth taking the stab at the bull there.
Absolutely.
So Elliott had 2 the last time, and he finds one here. So, one apiece. Game 3.
Why'd you just say that like the vampire from Sesame Street? Count.
A 1.
A 3.
Court coming in. 1 out of the double. Elliott takes an extra special look at that one.
I think he kissed it. Preemptively blowing a kiss to the losing dart. Nope.
Oh.
Checking in from Thailand, Matthew Katara. Welcome.
Here we go. Last leg decider here. We'll see who comes out on top in it, this one. Both having a leg on the board. Who wants it more? That's the question now.
Well, you got to tip the guys going first, especially in a match that's all we've seen thus far.
I think it's 5. Yeah. Chris going to do the fair and honest thing, back this up. Yeah, I thought that last one landed low. Good on Chris.
I would have supported the lying, cheating, and stealing.
Well, and I can understand not noticing. But,
That's fair.
But if you notice, that's the right thing to do. Unless there's a rule in place for player's advantage.
Even then, I mean, there always is true pro players in my mind will never want to, if they notice it, will never want to ignore that, regardless of whatever ruling may or may not be in place there. You always want to win off your own merit, not the merit of how your dart hit the board. Well, you know what I meant.
Only 2 from Rich. So an exchange of 5 marks followed by 2. What will Benny add to the mix here? Five, 5, 2, 2. Chris looking down, trying to advance the game.
He said, I have a disco party to get to.
So Elliott Milk coming to the board down 24. He blocks, looks up, finds the skinny double.
Such a risky dart to throw at the double on this board in particular.
Did Benny Dersch walk off? I think Benny's response to that was to take a walk.
That was the best case scenario there. As 2 close, or the 2 darts for a close, 3 in total.
Yeah, 4 mark now gives him the lead and the higher ground. Oh my. Oh my.
Yeah, and that's going to definitely frustrate Vinny in that scenario.
Yeah, basically back to square one. They fought for a clean shot to get the lead. So just like Chris Lim started this leg with a treble 20, gonna find 6 more. It's that goodwill of backing up that false 7. Another preemptive command from Elliott Milk as he addresses the board. What a dart. That's such a good dart. So which one of the 2 holes is going to find their form?
So far, Sturban's still not able to collect on a trip there. Did play conservative, staying up the whole time there. I wouldn't even consider moving at that average until you hit the first trip.
Any gonna take a look?
It would be aggressive from him.
Yeah, he's sliding left.
He's looking for an open lane on the 17.
What a find, though.
I mean, Milk steps to the right, finds the trouble 17. Benny steps left and right, finds the trouble 17.
Chris just continues to plug away.
Chris is like, yeah, I'll just throw the darts where I don't block myself.
So down 14. Milk. Does he look up? No, staying there. 3 singles.
One of those moments where it's Sturban needs to figure out what's going on here in this throw.
And I mean, maybe I'm playing too far ahead, but I almost feel like because Rich is struggling, that's why Elliott stayed on that 17.
Yeah, potentially. I mean,
to give a clear shot to Benny.
Benny probably won't take the clear shot though.
Well, and that's why
he's a point guy.
That's why I was thinking maybe Milk not thinking it all the way through. If that was his thinking,
We'll probably take the shot now. Great shot.
Come on, he says. Timing. So the second player that really pops out here, Benny Dersch. Deciding leg here in our loser takes 4th match.
Yeah, and you can tell Chris kind of feeling the pressure after that one. Which relaxes Milk.
Yeah, it's just a snowball running downhill from here.
Yeah, and you have to give hats off to Lim and Sturban. With an event like this, to play with a partner you more than likely never played with before, sometimes never played against before, depending on the scenario. And to be able to run into the 4th place match here in this field, I certainly think is an accomplishment, but they're obviously going to be kicking themselves knowing that they were 1 leg away from that 3rd place match and so on and so forth.
Look at that beautiful big fat 15. A pointer to the end.
He throws points even when he doesn't want them.
He's just built different.
So Elliott Milk to close this one out and head into the 3rd place match. Needs 1 more bull. Oh, and he's going to be just outside. No danger, though. No finish for Rich Sturban's. Yeah, lack of conviction there. Below 2 marks a turn. Just not what he needed here. Benny Dersch brings us home. Milk and Dersch take it 2-1. Up next in the bullpen, we've got Gates and Winther taking on those 2 we just saw there. So don't go anywhere. We're going to get them called up and ready to go. We got 2 matches left. Loser takes 3rd and that final. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. We're here for Loser Takes Third. We got Elliot Milk, Benny Dersch, Leonard Gates, and is it Kurt Witherby?
That sounds right.
Curtis.
Curtis. Pretended we were on better terms. So we just got done watching Elliot and Benny take out Rich Sturbans and Chris Lim. They're fighting to get back. I'm sorry, they're fighting to get to our King Seat losers are Leonard Gates and Curtis. So they're fighting to get back at a whack at that mean old team to beat them 3-0.
That mean old team. I like that.
Just able to get the lead there. Leonard a little quick to the board. Take an extra second. He tries whipping the third one in there. Benny picking up his partner after a slow start. See if he can continue.
Does enough to regain the point lead, but other than that, only 2. Curtis does have the 20s. Looking to load him up.
Curtis, does he go up on his tippy toes before he throws?
He goes up something. I don't know if it's tippy toes or what, but he's definitely elevating. Milk takes a stab at the 20, but unable to get it.
Yeah, I don't like I like the spot. Not able to convert.
Benny needs 2 20s to close, but he's definitely going to start on the 19 to get the score back. Take a look at Curtis's shot here. See if he does, in fact. May have to take away the scoreboard for a second. I'll put it back. Oh, yeah. And he's standing behind the line. Everyone else at the front of the line. So he's throwing from about 3 or 4 inches further away, too.
Is that right? Did he not just did Milk just not line up at the back?
Run it again. I'm pretty sure it's the front of the line. We see Leonard at the front. Oh, does it zoom in?
Oop.
Sorry about that.
It's all right. I remember my first time producing. I'm just kidding.
Hey, I'm not a producer.
That's true. Your talent.
Benny
Your
stands
talent,
over the line.
Benny trying to get to that steel tip line.
Let's take a look here. Let's see. Does he line up at the back?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yes, he does.
He's way back there, yeah.
How about that?
You think Milk's standing at the back of the line, too?
I thought it looked like when Witherby was leaving the area.
Oh.
I'll be dang.
Oh.
Looks like he does. No.
Oh. So maybe that's what I saw.
That's probably what
he
you
was
saw.
doing the Gary Anderson. He was doing his version of the kick.
There you go. There's your feet content for today, chat.
So on the tiptoes from about 4 inches further away.
That's what the tiptoes are for, to cover
Yeah,
up the
that's what I was
lost
gonna
ground.
say. Like, stand at the line, don't need to get on tiptoes.
How about that shot from Gates? Taking the 18, finds a trouble 17. Benny, good job to follow.
Bianca Clashin in the chat asks, is it the same distance as for steel dart? Asking because in Germany it is not. So Bianca, no, it is not. So on the soft tip board it's 8 feet. For steel tip it is 7'9.25". Don't ask me to convert that to metric, please.
Bianca is always tuned in a couple different live streams. Used to play with Nico Cruz's parents, actually. So that is the German connection there. Got a chance to talk with her virtually in the chat there in the past. Yeah, we're still not going to convert the metric for you, even if we do know you.
Big tournament coming up in Germany. I don't know if you saw the return of Max Hopp
Not.
to the Euro Tour.
Oh, all right.
Good for him.
Do appreciate all you guys staying up late with us for this coverage here. We do know it's a little bit late for everybody, and it's nice to have everyone hanging around here. I do see Tina Russo, of course, Bianca, we just talked about, Jeff Hartman, Richard Otts. Do thank all of you guys for watching along with us and staying up late.
Yeah, we're still over 500 viewers right now, which it's surprising because I am tired.
I love me some darts, and yeah, I'm tipping in the red.
Comic Williams asking where we're at in the tournament. This is the third place match in our Pro AA cricket luck.
These guys did not choose to play together, I think is what we're saying there.
Yeah, forced to play together.
Forced by the cosmic randomness.
I do wish in in some universe, some players that have rivalries against each other end up pulling each other in an event like this just to see what happens. If it gets iced over or if it makes it continue on.
Yeah, Milk and Benny hate each other.
Yeah, and that's true.
Like, no one knows that, but yeah. Absolutely despise each other.
Well, that's because Elliot Milk kicks puppies and Benny doesn't like that.
No,
Milk is actually the reason that Benny stepped away for so long. So to come back and have to play with Elliot straight away.
it's tough, but he's making do. No, we're kidding, obviously.
Yeah, no, honestly, I'm trying to think of a time where that has happened and the two players didn't just play the game. Like it wasn't.
Oh man, I know of a time and I completely forget when it happened. But like I just heard this recently. Like it got called and they were like, "Yep, I'm not playing." Like walked away. I forget.
Yeah, it was me.
And it was recently?
Yeah, somebody was telling me the story and I forget who it was.
Well, we played, you mentioned like 40-ish tournaments a year for
Yeah.
6 or 7 years. And I don't remember any of that stuff.
Yeah, it takes a next level of hate to be like, "Yeah, I'm not playing with that guy."
I mean, I can remember like setup teams in like 4-man events where
Oh.
3 people were like deuces.
Yes.
Not playing with that guy anymore.
We actually had that against us in Savannah.
Yes.
There's only one person on the planet that if I drew him in a blind draw, I'd just forfeit out.
I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry.
Can I name that person?
I think you can name that person. Here, he has sent me a Facebook friend request, and it has been left on, like, not accepted or denied for about 7 years. Where's it at?
For context, he has so many friend requests.
No, that's people you may know.
Oh, okay.
Where's-
Oh boy.
Yeah, Dad over here gatekeeping. We've got a
Here you go. Here you go.
Oh yeah, I would have got there.
Yeah.
Oh, Elliot needed the double on that last start.
Doesn't find it. Yeah, Bobby Cash does.
He probably
He does, yeah. Leonard Gates polishes it off. Good first leg. Back and forth. I mean, not quite to the heights that we would have expected with the averages, but we'll take it.
I mean, fatigue and also motivation comes into factor at this point. I mean, it's hard to stay this actively engaged for this long into an event at this time of the night. That's a skill of its own.
Well, it's going to be a better start.
That'll do, donkey. That'll do.
Milk and Dersh went down 1-0 in their previous match as well, so certainly no stranger to the comeback here.
Well, what's better than going the full distance in the fourth, the third, and potentially even the final?
Oh, yeah.
That's maximum darts, guys.
What else would you want except for more legs?
I love me some legs.
Yeah, Amanda in the chat. Let's just milk it. I agree.
Does Elliot have that jersey? Just milk it or something? I feel like that is absolutely designed for him.
It should be.
Well, now he has to pay me for the patent, so that's awkward.
I don't think you can patent someone's last name.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't really have a rebuttal there.
I can barely take Elliot serious with the chain.
What you talking about? That look real?
The costume jewelry.
So his first dart did hit the 19, bounced out. He then grabs the dart.
I like that.
Yeah?
Yes.
Why?
So sometimes I've had a tendency to think about that dart. Oh, I need to get that dart. Like it crosses your mind and you're thinking about it. I'd rather just pick it up and not have to worry about it.
Interesting.
Or like on a cork, if my opponent had one that fell out or something, I'll go pick it up and give it back to him before I throw.
Nothing wrong with that, I think. I mean, everyone has the different idiosyncrasies. It's the same. It's a similar logic of why some people hold 4 darts, right? I mean, it kind of is in that same vein of the mental aspect of the game.
Witherby coming to the board. Highest average. Only able to find 116. So, see what Milk's going to do here. If he'll follow the 16, or it's probably what I would have done. Try to get another big number rather than chasing that 16.
Yeah, if they want to score on the 16, I'm going to leave it for them.
Especially with the 18s and 17s to grab as well. Like, stay in the corner pockets.
If it were close in points, I may just run the 20 up, but up 72 points, I'll force their hand to the 16. Big shot there by Leonard, but again, only 112 scored because it's the 16s.
Yeah, you can almost match that with 2 treble 18s.
Well, they still have the 20 as well. Yeah, two triples, so 6 mark is worth 8 points more than Leonard's 7 mark. But a 1 mark makes it very interesting.
Yeah, because now, I mean, I think you have to shoot for it in this position.
You have to.
Up a leg. 6 mark would close out your opponent with the lead.
I think Curtis is resigned to leaving Leonard to shoot at those.
Some merit to that strategy, but it's also of that mindset of one of you guys says this all the time is 20 is everyone's favorite number. I would never openly leave that, especially if I'm on a corner.
Well, yeah, I mean, they never should have put themselves in this position to begin with.
Interesting time to try to shoot that 17 there. Don't really have much of an opinion on it that's positive or particularly negative, I guess.
And that's why we don't leave the 20.
Yeah, he had a shot at it. Now he's going to come to the board 120 points down. Only a 16 again.
And Ellie just doing what needs to get done there. Goes ahead and grabs the number, starts marking up the 17 there. Not much LG can do. He needed at least a 7. Not going to get anywhere near it. It's pretty much set now to go to the last league decider.
Yeah, you can't imagine a lot of scenarios where they make the comeback here.
Gordon, can you read that last comment there for me?
No, sir. Try not to steal other people's work.
If you call that work.
I think it was stolen from a college kid in a newsroom.
Pretty sure it was stolen from Ball State University.
In Ball State. That's what it was. Yeah.
Well, boom goes. No, okay. Love you, Sean. Love you, Sean.
Little known fact, Andy Resch from Galion, Ohio, starting quarterback for Ball State. From probably, 99 to 2001?
Cool.
Well said.
So 3 bulls for Benny to tie us up at 1 leg apiece.
Hand shooters.
Atta baby.
Shooter. Atta baby. The second Adam Sandler reference, 24 hours apart almost.
Say they're making number 2.
Oh, are they?
Happy Gilmore number 2, yeah.
All right.
And Shooter's coming back as well.
I love it. All right, one apiece. Deciding leg. Court coming in here. Leonard not even in the bull. Elliott is.
Here we go. One more leg to see who gets their ticket to the finals. This is a play against Bob McCoy and David Cameron. See who we got. Let us know in the chat who you got and who you're cheering for in this one. As there's you know what? I am happy to see there's a good amount of people coming to the bleachers though to support these players at this point.
Our viewing numbers are going up, by the way. We're almost at 600. So you night owls are continuing to watch.
And the ones that fell asleep with their phones on or TVs on, we appreciate you too.
Actually, so Nikki Henshaw in the chat now. So what it is are players that are tapping out of the disco in the basement are going to their hotel rooms and then tuning in with their phone.
That's funny.
Yeah, we might get another bump here in an hour when the bars on the East Coast close.
Totally. Only 3.
Yeah, you need to grab a 4 mark on the 19 and try to take a shot at the 20, but you can't do that shot until you grab the 19s more than likely, especially, I don't know, because Curtis has really been point-only position on his team. I almost wonder if it's more advantageous. As I say that, he goes for the close.
First starts the close. Here comes Milk.
Gets a number, shuts down the 20.
Takes away the higher ground.
Oh,
One hole out. He thought it was good.
he did.
He was ready to give a big boom.
For sure. Matt, appreciate the kind words. The pleasure is mine. Thanks for the pickup games.
Benny trying to walk it in here. Oh, and the third goes awry. So Witherby struggled last leg. Already making a big impact here.
Yeah, in this spot with Leonard throwing so well, honestly, 3 singles is well played. It's going to take some big shots out of Milk and Benny to combat that.
Yeah, great last there from Elliott, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
Another 7 mark. Pulling his average up to a 6.33 on the tiny board.
Yeah, keep bringing it up. The timing. Timing's so important in this game. Shake of the head, only 2 15s, probably does it. 144-point lead. Doesn't close the 15, so 9 mark. Makes a dent.
A small glimmer of hope in an otherwise gloomy situation here.
Leonard Gates averaging 6.33.
He's going to finish it up right here. What a leg. So Leonard and Curtis moving into our final. Commiserations to our third place finishers, Elliot Milk and Benny Dersch. Yeah, you see Leonard and Curtis with the bro hug there. Curtis just saying good job. So we will have our final. Cameron and McCoy taking on Gates and Witherby. That match should be coming up straight away. Hopefully these guys are as eager to play it as we are to watch them. Looks like both of them are already there, so unless Leonard and Curtis walk away, which it looks like they may be, we should get this going pretty quick. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, we're back in Chicago for our final match of yesterday's events.
It sounds so bad when you say it that way. We're only coming up on 15 hours. Hasn't been that long.
It really becomes a problem at 16, you know.
Yeah. That's when you start to feel like you've worked a double and you get really tired.
Yeah.
Prior to that, I mean,
really the easiest thing ever.
Lots of juice.
Smooth sailing.
Oh yeah.
So after, when was the? Why is it not telling me? Oh, that's because it's in someone. All right, so the King Seat match was called at 11:21,
and that's East Coast time. So that's 2 hours ago.
Yes. So David Cameron and Bobby McCoy have been sitting.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone refer to him as Bobby. Bobby.
We'll say I'm excited to see how his son continues to develop in darts, RJ McCoy. He has been playing for 2 years now and has been kind of grinding it out a little bit. And, with having a dad like that as a coach, be a real threat in the future. I mean, we see that with Tyler Hensey, Rick Hensey, right?
Yeah, I knew his son played. I don't think I've ever witnessed his son play. But I'd heard about them winning events together. That's pretty cool. But
yeah, they played together at the Nebraska BullShooter, but that was during the section where the stream was unfortunately not with us on commentary when we had the computer issues that time. But I did see it in person at least.
yeah.
Solid darts. Finding the close.
For me, in this match, I think the question becomes, does the same Leonard show up that we just saw in the last match? Because as good as Dave's been throughout the day, he has to feel some fatigue as well. So I don't expect him to be able to keep up that same pace. If Leonard is, then it could be one-way traffic. But early doors, it's looking like Dave's staying rather steady and Leonard not at the 5.75 that we just witnessed in the last leg. Austin Braswell saying Dave has been the most consistent all night. I'd completely agree.
Yeah, that's entirely reasonable to say. And to have McCoy supporting him as well, the way that he has been, makes it even harder to handle.
Well, and I think that even tracks back to the doubles where Dave and Barlow were making a pretty good run. Dave certainly the form player there for most all of the day.
Did we notice if anybody else has been doing the buns since for Cameron? I hadn't been tracking it in this event, but I'm really curious to see if McCoy does it for him.
That's a good question. I don't think... Do you think he just goes score and makes Bob hit the bull? Like, to finish the game?
He avoids actually finishing.
Because in 01, you can't do that. Like, the other team will take it out. But now that it's cricket, like, I'll just set you up, bro. Like, you have to take him out.
You know what I hope happens is after the leg, Barlow comes out from off screen and comes and pushes buttons for him.
I would lose my mind.
Dave hits the winning dart, and Barlow just moseys down from the stands without anyone noticing.
I mean, if Barlow had to do that for every 11 darter that Dave hit today, he probably would have had to do it the rest of the evening.
But Bob probably going to finish the game here. He does.
So
this is 3 out of 5 now that we're back on the winner's side.
One leg closer to a winner there for Cameron and McCoy. LG Gator don't play. Starting off this one.
Yeah, Gates so hot at the end of that last match. See frustration. Not finding the troubles with as much regularity.
To the person that fell asleep on their keyboard in chat, thank you for tuning in.
You mean you don't know what those mean?
Das ist digitiv.
I thought that was tech speak for 25-year-olds.
yeah, that's our new lingo. They're all acronyms, and I can't say any of them out loud.
So Bob just filling in the blanks in that last leg. But again, just not missing the big numbers. So icing on the cake here for him to find the treble. Again, nice, nonchalant.
He's definitely going to want to try to take advantage of this turn. Knowing that the X is on the 18s here, you have to try to defend your territory as much as possible. And you can kind of tell it's almost, if anything, I feel like that's just a lack of concentration from the fatigue kind of coming into play there. Nothing really mechanically looked different with those darts. It was just simply down to trying to execute effectively.
Bob and Dave just playing a very steady leg here. Letting the triples fall when they do. Not missing the big number. 5 mark there from Gates. But 2 17s and even just a fat 19 keeps them at arm's length and down to the 16s.
Even better than that. How about a trip on that 19
38 points on top of a single 19. Chef's kiss.
Shanghai win? Shanghai win.
All right, so that's actually the finals done and dusted there.
We were tied up at 1 leg apiece. Bob doesn't agree.
Bob's like, no, we're going to play this one out.
I guess you got to call it. Curtis didn't call it.
Yeah, rookie mistake not asking for the Shanghai win. And little pressure applied, and we don't see the steady Eddie play from Bob.
Ruh-roh, Reggie. Here comes Leonard.
And good execution there from Gates in that scenario. Has to take advantage of the moment like that, and he's definitely playing at a good standards this leg so far. And if he can just wait it out until Witherby gets up to the standard of which he needs him to be, they'd be there. Cameron also lets this opening kind of expand still. What will Witherby do with this turn?
Shanghai the 19th.
I'll take the under.
A good shot nonetheless. Closing the 19s and scoring 16.
Yeah, 9 mark does take the lead into the Bulls.
Shout out. A little bit of pressure on Leonard here.
He said what pressure?
Pushing the Bull by 1 point. So no 3-dart finish for Dave. Go to 16. You stay there for the lead. Stay there. Try to get the lead. Need another double.
hat trick now.
Well, here's the question: Does Curtis actually go at it? He does. He may hit it. Oh, that's what I was fearful of. So now, Bob may get a shot. Just needs 2 bulls and a triple 16.
Can he execute those? The question.
Oh, he's going to get 2 darts at it.
Double? Dave gave it the old lean
Oh,
too.
he did.
So Leonard will need 3 marks as well.
Valor and effort there from McCoy.
Oh, he always goes the bull route first. What a third.
I must hit third.
Now Dave will need 3 marks. 2 bulls and a single 16. Oh, it's not a double. What in the world?
Oh, my. Oh, my.
I don't understand leaving the hard dart for the last one.
Woo! He must have been willing to accept that this was his team's last turn. In the
We're
game
going to win or
regardless,
lose
right?
on this turn no matter what.
That is the only rationale that would make sense for the shot selection, but it does work out. So
2-0, fellas. 2-0.
match point for the seat holders. Gates and Witherby going to try to wither away this lead here.
Seven answers 7.
Not happy with that last start there. Now, I don't know the origin story. What about the real part of the real McCoy name? Was it because of other McCoys out there and just getting confused? Do you guys happen to know that origin story?
Of the phrase, the real McCoy?
Yeah.
I do not.
I wonder where that came from. Or maybe just he's saying he's the realist. Keeps it down to earth.
I think it dates back to the Hatfields and the McCoys.
Could be.
Paul Schwarneman. Never seen Cameron wear a hat. Looks odd. I think everyone had that same opinion when they saw Dave today.
I would wager to say it's probably top 10 and most commented comments for the stream today.
So, my quick Google Wikipedia research has turned up that it was after a prize fighter.
Yeah.
That had so many imitators. So this is obviously before you know who was fighting who. That the term "real McCoy" was when they thought that they had
The real McCoy.
the prize fighter that was actually known.
The real Slim Shady stood up.
I did stand up there for reference, guys. Just so everyone at home knows. Randy, I was not. I was there virtually this year.
Curtis is an X on the 18.
Shot selection's key here. Good job, Paul. Good job.
I don't know if that would have hit the same at like 8:30. But Paul Schwindeman
Comment of the night.
coming through at 12:30 for sure.
Yeah,
In the final
for our
hour.
YouTube chat, Paul's comment. So Dave's part of the Hatfields.
Oh, phenomenal. Phenomenal. We'll be trying to regain the point advantage here. Losing some territory down on the 17s. Gains it back with some extra credit.
Look at Curtis go. Not wanting to resign.
You have to respect the grit. Well, of course, Bob's going to say, respect this.
I don't think Bob would say that.
No, he did not. The fake McCoy might have said that, but that's neither here nor there. Kayla Lynn saying, y'all need sleep. Sleep's for the weak, Kayla. Also, congratulations. I believe you just had the little one. So, good stuff and well wishes to you and your family.
Love the back and forth here. 12:30 in the morning, these guys.
Yeah, I know I don't have the endurance for this long. Gotta work on my cardio.
Stamina.
There was a point in time where I used to jog around to get my heart rate up as fast as possible before going on the practice board. This is years ago when I was like 100 pounds lighter. And then go on the practice board to try to throw simulating pressure and also to build up stamina. And it turns out it was not going to work either way. Thank you for my terrible story.
How long did you do that for?
Long enough, apparently. Definitely not today after the mac and cheese pizza.
They're turning it on a little bit here in this leg. Averaging near 5.
Dave reels 80 back. Helps the cause, but Curtis been very solid here in this leg.
Should switch over. Would have liked to switch to the 15s there.
Yeah, treble closes and get you some points.
2 singles still gets a new number. Does Bob go with the 15?
Anything there? Wish it would have been the 15, the triple there.
Yeah, on the second
Regains
dart,
money.
single, he can stay there. Leonard will... I figured he'd start on the 15. Does end up throwing at it. Ooh.
This makes it interesting. I mean, Dave's going to need a giant shot regardless.
Out of sewer asking, why are the segments so small? Is that a board that spins around? Yes. So this is the Arachnid BullShooter board. So one side of the face is a 15-inch target. The other side is the 13-inch target that you're looking at now. So we do have some events on one, some events on the other.
Fun fact, any board spins around if you drink enough.
This is the finals.
Has the advantage going into the Bulls. And grabs the trip 16 for extra credit there. Potentially 3-0 sweep the final.
Yeah, really turned it on here at the end, punishing a couple of missed shots from Leonard and Curtis. One more. Dave Cameron bringing us home. So that is the end of the Pro AA Luck. Your winners, Bob McCoy and Dave Cameron, runners up to Curtis Witherby and Leonard Gates. So that does wrap up our coverage for Saturday/Sunday morning. We will be back with our international event tomorrow, 10 a.m. So it looks like we got some, at least a Spanish team in contention this year based on what we've seen from the players. So I would say, tune in for that. It should be entertaining as always. And we will see you in the morning. For Nick DeShera and Gordon Dixon, I'm DJ Sayre saying good night.
Have a good night, everybody.